Yo, good morning, good morning. So this is what we're gonna continue doing today. Experimenting with the water shader, making it look a little bit better, step by step. And remember, the edge foam here is temporary, so don't put too much weight on that one. Let's see here, maybe stop at this. And then we have... I thought I scaled everything or copied over all of the settings, but it seems I missed some. So I don't remember what we had here. 150, 200 maybe. Yeah, something like this. Like, it's starting to take shape, but I don't think I'm fully happy with how it looks currently, especially this shit. But yeah, let's see. So it's the transition. It's actually starting to look really good, I would say. But I think what's bothering me the most right now is when we have something like this. So we have both a reflection that is quite visible and we have a refraction that is quite visible. I just don't like when those two overlap like this much. So here, for instance, I would probably want to have close to 0 reflection, if any. And over here, definitely want to fix this specular as well. Okay, this one we don't want to change. Okay. We're gonna have to look into it. So what is it? If we have a lower Fresnel, higher Fresnel constant, we get more reflection everywhere, pretty much. Fuck, I love how this looks. I think this is probably when it looks the best. We actually have a little bit of a see-through here. I wonder if we would like anyway, I wonder if when we split the... Okay, I'm always imagining this as a ray shooting out from the camera, hitting water. Part of the ray reflects and hits something else, and that's what we reflect, and part of it goes down into the water, hits something, and that is what we show from below the water. It's not physically correct, but I guess physically correct would just be reversed pretty much with some bells and whistles. But anyway, I'm wondering if when we hit the water surface and we reflect downwards into the water, I think this might be good. Currently, let me show below the water again. Currently we have here, the deeper it goes, the more to water deep color we show, like this pretty much. I wonder if we want to base this one on how much of the ray that... So right now this is only depth the view ray travels underwater. That gives us how much it should be water deep color and how much water shallow color. I wonder if we should take into account the angle at which we look at the water as well. So if we're watching it from this angle, we should probably make it be more water deep color, like even more. Because if a lesser part of the ray refracts downwards to the water, it won't, like, depending on the strength of that one, it tells us the distance it would travel as well. And if like 0.1 of the ray refracts, it won't be able to travel that far. But I don't know. That would pretty much just remove. We would get less refraction in this case. So maybe it will look like this instead. Maybe that's better. Maybe. I think so. Okay, how could we do that? Yo, what's up, Geralt? Good morning, good morning. Oh, sorry, I was muted. I don't know for how long. I don't know if I said what's up, Geralt. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday morning. So, I think we're gonna make the water deep color. We're gonna show it earlier depending on the angle we have as well. And the angle is the Fresnel term. That's I'm pretty sure. So less deep here, more deep here. Right now we just do it by, let's see here, surface color. It's not really surface color though. Not this one at least. So maybe we want to do it like this. Depth ratio. Yeah, it's depth ratio. View corrected, actually. We already do something similar here. So what happens if we do view corrected here as well? But then we multiply it by something between 0 and 1. Okay, it's definitely better, that's for sure. Okay, I want to remove so this one definitely looks better, I would say, but we want to... Do we want to use Fresnel term here instead? Normal weak. multiplying it might not be enough. It's not enough. Could it be as easy as Fresnel term? Now we have remap by bounds. And if we go negative here, do we fuck it up? No, -1, 1 to 0 and 1. Depth view corrected, saturate, Fresnel term depth ratio. It feels like it is a... It feels like it is a remap I want to do here. So here I want... Yeah, it feels like I want to do a remap. So let's say that... let's do this again. Camera node, main camera, 0180. Here we want no reflections pretty much, 4 pixels where we are looking straight into the water. And here we want 100% reflections. So it feels like I want to remap it from, what is it? 0 and 1 to, I don't know, 0.2 and 0.6 or something. It's this one I want to remap. I want to try this real quick. So depth ratio view corrected is equal to remap. And let's go by bounds. And then we do depth view corrected, but fuck, we want to do it here. Let's do it like this. Fresnel macro term, and here we do the remap. Let's see what happens if we do the remap here. So right now we don't do anything differently, but if we do water remap, where do we have it? So at this point we want 1, so 0.8 here, I guess. I would have guessed, yeah, 0.86. Okay, that's not really what I wanted. Okay, let's do this then. Let's return this one and see what we have. Yeah, what the fuck? It's exactly what I want. We want to grow the Fresnel term quicker. So a remap by bounds should do it, I would think. Maybe like this. It might be as easy as... What did we have here previously? We had view corrected. The colorization is... It's not perfect. Reamer, what's up, what's up? Any advice on how to become really good at shaders? Yeah, I've got some advice, but it might not be a good advice, but just keep at it. Experiment a lot. Yeah, this is definitely the biggest problem right now, I would say. Too much refraction, too much reflection. The water looked neat. Thank you, appreciate it. We're getting there, slowly but surely. I wonder, for the surface color here, I don't know if we care about the depth of the water actually. Or do we? So for instance, at this point I would rather the water look something like, yeah, this probably. And at this point, more like this. Let's see here. Here we have here it's -1, right? Here it's close to 1. N dot V, let's see, Fresnel term, get Fresnel term, so this Fresnel power here, maybe we should just and we do dot product oh yeah, and then of course we use this one here instead. this. Good morning, Harukanan. Because we might want to do normal week. That's a little bit more like it, I think. Still not. I don't know. It looks like it's getting cold in that water. Yeah, I might give him a... what are they called? One of the wetsuits. Derek, I think it would be cool to see you implement the underwater camera effect. There's even some that work when the camera isn't fully submerged. Yeah, I would love that. So we're talking at something like this. And then this would be above water, this would be below. Yeah, that would be sick as fuck. Oh, that explains it. The low. Okay, one sec. Fresnel power. So if these are aligned, we get -1. I think we want to do saturate. Or if they are the opposite, we get -1. If they are the same, we get 1. If they are orthogonal, we get 0, right? I want it lower here. But that's a little bit the other way around. How long has it been since you started this project? 3 years, I think. There's something with this overlap here that just doesn't sit right with me. Like we have a 50% reflection and 50% refraction. It just looks shit. But if we were at water that is a little bit more shallow, it looks a little bit better. Nice, keep it up. Yeah, I will try to. This might actually look a little bit better if we get the correct flow going here as well. Or if... It just feels like I want a little bit more variation on the surface level here. It almost looks unicolored, which I find a little bit strange. Surface color plus reflection. It's almost like I want to do and try times reflection. We're going to get some recoloring here, but like if we did surface color is a float 4. That pretty much takes care of the shadow or the reflection. I have to remember as well that most of the color, at least in angles like this of the water, comes from whatever the skybox color is at. So if we would have a red skybox, for instance, we can only simulate it right now, but let's check how the Doomsday would look. Pretty fucking great, honestly. Oh, I'm muted. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know, man. I think the water is starting to look okay. Or maybe not the water in general, but the reflection refraction relationship or ratio. This looks pretty okay. I like that we're still seeing the shoes from the bottom. Depending on how clear the water is, if it would have been less clear, we would just have minimized this one, I guess. Oh, this looks like shit. So maybe not fully correct. Let's see here. Fresnel power, I changed this one a tiny bit based on the view direction. Let's try and keep it at a constant. What do we have then? Yeah, then we get this shit. Fresnel power 5. Yeah, that doesn't look good. But if we don't do max here, we do... Oh, what did I have? I had... Still the best one yet, I think, except for this. And I think what this comes from the fact that we do max here. Oops. It's a bit too aggressive. Yeah, max works up to... fuck. But maybe... It all depends on how aggressive our... or how clear our water is. If it isn't that clear, we get something like this, which doesn't look too good. And the problem here is that but then again, it would probably look... Could it be... yeah, that doesn't look too good. Then again, I want to try... It's a bit too aggressive. Geralt, awesome work, sir. Thank you, appreciate it. I really enjoying this journey. Nice to hear. Yeah, we take too much of the depth into account when we go into a steep angle like this. That's what we're seeing here. But then again... which looks extremely weird here, I would say. Yeah, and I think, yeah, it helped us temporarily, but I think it destroys more for us. And that is, we do surface color here, and we lerp water shallow color, water deep color. So, but that surface color should... we don't really care about how deep it is when we do surface color, right? Or we shouldn't. Right. No, I don't think so. And then if we reintroduce depth like this, yeah, the transition is way better. Like this here is a very special case, I would say. It's some weird reflection. But although... oh... yeah, this might be mostly caused by... yeah, it is. That we reflect what's underneath the water. Fuck, that's back to that issue. Okay, this is starting to look way better. Yo, what's up, Bruce? I always have trouble pronouncing that name. Lagrangian water waves. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Don't know exactly how we're gonna do the water waves, but we'll see. Is the reflection a little bit too weak now? Not when we have it like this, though. I think it's good. This fucking problem, though. Starting to look pretty good. Pretty good. The specular highlights though are still pretty crazy, I would say. Pretty crazy still. Yeah, we gotta do something about the specular highlight here, I think. Yo, what's up, DevSpires? Hope you had a great stream, and thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, as always. I'm not a big fan of the specular highlight right now for multiple reasons. I think it's a little bit too much, and the movement of it is just how it looks as well. And as always, I think a remap could fix it, but it never does. Let's just take a quick look at it, how it looks. Where do we have it? Specular term, and then we have specular highlights, and we have a remap here. Specular term, let's return it in its raw form. Yeah, this one. And at this point, the only thing we have that can control it is we have normal VS. We could switch this to weak. Don't think that's much better. And we have water smoothness here. I think what I would want is, don't we have, I had this one as a property previously, so let's see if we still have it. No. Water shininess. And replace this one with this, water shininess. Oh yeah. Let's see, can we use min max? Let's see. return specular term return. Do we use the Fresnel remap? No, I don't think we do. So let's use that one. Couple votes. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Fresnel remap x dot y specular term. Okay, the smaller this one is, the bigger we get. I don't think we can really save it by this. But for specular term, I also want to try using the weak normal here. We're gonna get a more, yeah, something like this, which I'm not a big fan of either, actually. I wonder if I would like something like this, maybe. Then we could control it. Oops. One could control it like that. But yeah, 0.1. Oh, we have a specular remap we could have used. I just think it's a little bit too much here. Definitely if we keep it like this, what the fuck. Specular remap, do we use this one? Yes, we do. What if... Yeah, what if... Okay, specular remap, where do we have it? Specular term, and then we have specular highlights. Here we do... what's specular remap? Remap by bounds. If we do max 0 and this, we never want it to go below 0, but we do want it to go below or above 1. What's up, Modding Minecraft? And now we should be able to do this. This might be what I've been wanting. So 0, 1, this is what we have by default. Looks like shit. We could do 1. Okay, this is what we have by default. then we can minimize it a bit. We can make it lighter here, or we can make it brighter here. Mm. 0.5, 0.55 would look beautiful in a depth of field effect. Not really what we want now. It's either too much bloom or too... like, I want this to flicker more. If we take a look at how it looks, I don't want to be able to follow a certain line of specular highlight like this. Can we achieve that by a simple remap? Way too blurry. Ooh. There we go. Let's see, 0.5, 0.55, and then we go... Too much flickering. I don't want to introduce yet another water reflection normal map ratio. So for instance 1 1. I don't know. This one as well. I think it's pretty apparent when we have this one here that we're not reflecting this, we're reflecting what's underneath the water here. And yeah, that has been a problem for a while. And maybe can we add an extra failsafe? I wonder. We could actually. Okay. I wonder if this is solvable for the general reflection case. So, like, can we solve this for every type of reflection, even though it's not water? Or that I'm not so sure of, but I do know that we can solve it specifically for the water, because we can actually check what the water, so when we reflect here and we end up here, we can actually check what the water amount for that pixel is and see if it is if our reflection ray is below it. But that's very specific for just water. But that might also be the only case where we need it. I think we could get rid of a lot of rays, or end a lot of rays earlier if we could check against water. We can probably do... it makes some sense. We could probably send in... Yeah, I also want to see how this looks with the bad caustics we have. How did I remove this one? Oh fuck, I hate this one. Doesn't really look too good. It's way too big. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? Yeah, that's right, Cooler SK, that is right. These fucking caustics, man. I gotta get a better texture for it to actually look sorta good, I think. I wonder if I'm feeling ready to move on for now from the water. I just want to experiment with, I think I want to see if we can get some glimmering on the water based on Fresnel as well. Let's see here. Let's see. Do I have this open? Oh yeah, never mind. Lighting, we have vertex displacement, reflection screen space, I would say is done. I still have some things I want to fix with it. I want to make it a little bit more optimized, but I think I'm going to do that off stream because I've spent way too much time on stream with reflection. We still have flow effects, but I don't know if maybe and vertex displacement. Vertex displacement, however, is let me double check one thing. Hopefully it won't crash, but let's try it. Yeah, so like right now we get a pure uniform color here because we're actually reflecting the skybox. It looks a little bit boring, to say the least. I would love to make clouds. Wouldn't really like to spend 6 months on it though, but yeah. Looks very boring from afar. Like extremely boring. Yeah, the skybox is gonna have to do a lot of pulling. Okay, let me just see what we can do, if we can get some Fresnel glimmer going on as well. And then I'm probably going to call lighting calculations done for now. Reflection screen space done for now. Would love to get these in place as well. What I'm wondering is, so flow effect for instance. If we have the water moving, let's just not think about vertex displacement right now. We skip that one for now. But if we think about like flow generally, like you want to see more movement. Okay, so we don't have any flow, we just look at water if it would be at a static place, like this lake for instance. You would have a lot of movement in the middle, because that's where you're actually gonna have the wind affecting it. Close to the edges, less wind, unless you have an ocean, or if wave reaches it. But okay, let's take it a little bit easy with waves. So we just look how wind affects it and how its encapsulating geometry affects it. So a lot of movement like this in the middle, based on the wind direction. Less towards the edges. And then if we actually have water moving based on the geometry in it, so here we would like to have a forever flow basically, because we have the same water amount. One sec. Yeah, we have the same water amount here, but then we go down into a little bit of a pool here. Right now the fluid simulation is quite forgiving up here. I would like to see a more aggressive downfall, but we can look into that later on. But so we actually have a flow downwards here into this pool. So right now I would say we'd have a downwards flow. Yeah, we have a downwards flow here. And we could just do base the water normal map macro time multiplier here. So how these moves, or the multiplication here on time. I don't know. So we base this on a direction. So the time multiplier here in XY is the direction in world XZ. Pretty much. So that would look... We don't have that much visual fidelity on the surface here. Let's see. Yeah, but so at this point you would probably have it flowing more like in this direction. Not as quick though, but do we have... Yeah, we can see it a tiny bit. It's not too visible. Like this. Yeah, depending on if we improve the surface shading, it could work. And then of course, if we get foam in place, we have a distortion on that as well. So it's all about, I think we can keep one of them constant, one of the panning normals constant, the micro one, and then we just change the macro one to follow whatever flow we have. Together with some edge, maybe. Fuck, this specular highlight is shit. Of course, we don't want to make it. Yeah, that we want to make it quicker if... Yeah, depending on the flow strength as well. But I wonder... So flow effect, I think that's how we're gonna do it. So we just base the normal map of it. So it's pretty much, as for flow effects, we just change the time multipliers, and then hopefully lighting calculation, vertex displacement, everything else will do the job for us. Refraction, caustics, we don't... Yeah, this is what sucks as well. I don't think we base the caustics currently on the normal of the surface, so that's something we might want to do, or that we need to do. Yo, what's up, K-Cloud? You're still playing with water? Yes, indeed we are. Sometimes it looks really, really good. I think. Sometimes it doesn't look quite as good though. One sec. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. I want to see if we can add some additional glimmer using the Fresnel term. Caustics, it's just, or in this context at least, it's light refracting against something and then hitting, or what is the word I'm looking for? Light refracting and then hitting the below, something below in a masked capacity. That's not the right word, but it's going, so in this case the caustics here are these light glimmers at the bottom of the water, so it's supposed to be light coming from the sun, hitting the surface, refracting, and then it refracts in such a way that a lot of light hits certain places and less light hits other places. In our case right now it's independent on the actual surface, which might explain some parts here, yeah. And I think we're gonna add some, this one is gonna look a little bit better when we add vertex displacement as well, because we're gonna get bigger normal variations than the panning normal maps. But okay. Fresnel term. It's pretty... Can we do... Fresnel term times dot normal vs view direction world space, I mean. No. Normal and L dot direction. Don't know if this is exactly what I'm looking for. Now we can probably do it Fresnel term times diffuse term. And if we do, if this is bigger than 0.9, okay, so we're never above 0.9. Yeah, then we get this. It's a little bit too much. 0.85. Seriously? Okay. 82. Yeah, I would like this glimmer, I think. But would also like... This one is rough. I think we could add some noise to it as well. So we could add, if it's bigger than 8, do I want to really... We can reuse this noise, I think. Util noise. Is it in random? I have it. No. Util math. Gradient noise. Voronoi. Guess we could do gradient with this one. Float noise is equal to generate gradient noise value input.uv. Let's do 1 first of all, return this noise, see what we have. Uh, 10. Oh, it's actually 0.1. I'm starting to second guess this UV we're getting in here. Is that not... There we go. Okay, 1000. It's going to be extremely noisy at points though. Times noise. Jesus. I guess that the noise is static, but I thought we were gonna get way more movement thanks to the yeah, and we're gonna get some bad glimmer on this one, definitely. Huh. Could reduce it based on view distance as well. Yeah, the noise takes very much precedence here. Too much. Yeah, that's true. View direction dot normal also affects this a little bit too much. What can we do instead? What do we have on diffuse term? Bigger than 0.8. But I definitely want the view to play into this in part, I would say. Okay, we'll never... Okay, is it this one that is never bigger than... Medidev, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Okay. Did we have fresh? Yes. Okay, so let's try normal world space and view direction world space. Bigger than 0.8, almost. Really? Almost leaves it at specular light. View direction. Actually, let me try. Medidev, hello, love your YouTube devlogs. Thank you, appreciate it. Good luck with your game, thank you. Good luck with your development adventures as well. Can we use this one? What do we have? But we want to do 1 minus. Not really. Let's see here. If view direction one sec. Let's try this instead. Ooh, but we don't really have that one. What I'm thinking is I want to create some form of highlights where light would pretty much fly right into the camera lens, but I don't want to be as conservative as specular highlights. So if we took, let's see here, I need to think about this. So if we calculate the reflect vector, which we might already do, now we do it in here, but if we calculate the reflect vector and then we do dot product between that one and light direction, if that is equal to, so they are going in the opposite directions if we're closer to -1, right? Let's just try it real quick. It's not. So let's do float R is equal to reflect normal vs view direction, and then we do return dot between R and L direction, and we do times 0.5 plus 0.5, right? Is this seriously everything we get from that, or did I? Really? I definitely want to do 1 minus here as well. Okay, that's more like it. It's still a bit too aggressive, I reckon. Oh, one sec, we do okay, we don't get a value. Okay. Ooh, did I fuck this up? Reflect. Let's double check. Reflect, HLSL. In vector and normal. Yes, so we want to go the other way around. But we're still not getting values above 0.6. Okay, here we have this one. Yeah, and then we might want to do this still doesn't make that much sense to me. Or maybe, yeah, it does. It does. I want to see what happens if we do... Okay, so if we have light shooting out from the sun, we reflect that light on the water surface. If that one hits the camera, this doesn't really change that much. It just makes more sense to have it like this instead. Okay, it actually changed a lot. I don't know about this. Okay, let me draw some stuff here. So we take this one, we reflect it against the normal, we get something like this, and then we have this ray as well. So depending on how these line up, we might need to do normalize as well here. But here we want to do, so if the dot product between these two is equal to -1, then we have light going into the camera like point blank. And then we go, if we would have a reflection going like this. We have 1, then we don't want anything. And it's like this. We are interested in -1 to 0. But I don't think we need to normalize this one. So in this case, how does this make sense? If we remove, we might not want to transform it like this. If we just do dot our view direction, and then we take max or min of 0 and this. So we do get, like initially we get 1 to -1, but then we take minimum, so we cut it off at 0, which means that we have a variable going from -1 and 0. For this one we want a lot of highlights or big highlights. So we could change it. Oops. Do we want to, would a simple remap solve this? From -1 and 0 to 0 and 1. Min, and then we do remap. -1, 0. 0, 1. How does this make any sense? What am I missing? Oh, yes. Float 3. Makes a little bit more sense, but not much. Yeah, of course. -1 times -1. This would mean that we would get a hell of a lot of glimmer if we look towards the sun. Not so much here. Might not be the best idea. Okay, let's take one step back and do... So what I want is basically... I would like to add some glimmer here for pixels that are aligned with the light, you know, that would reflect into the eyes. Fresnel term is definitely the best one yet. What I don't like with that one is that, okay, first of all, we don't take light into account, but if we take light into account, maybe. But we want it Right. It becomes incredibly rough if we look in the direction of the sun, though. But we could do... I don't even know if we could use it at the other direction either, honestly. I guess we want a times I don't think this would be a very good result. However, begin at 0.7. Is it the MIP mapping that fucks us here? I think it is. Closest one yet though, I would say, but still not good enough. One sec. Yes, okay, this, we might be onto something here. But I want to try to avoid if we look at something in a very sharp angle, we get pretty much everything as white, which sucks. So we want to add some form of control here. So increase, 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 decrease, 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 something like that. Decryptor was up. What are you trying to achieve? I'm just trying to add some extra glimmer to my water. I pretty much want something very similar to these specular highlights, but in the opposite direction basically. So we want it at certain angles when the reflection lines up with the sun. So in this case I would like to see some specks here. Few and far between, I think. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Because we should be seeing, we have a lot of tiny waves here. We should be seeing light hitting that and then that light hitting the camera right on. The specular highlights we already have. So the classical specular highlights. I guess I just want to add some like stylized specular highlights that are not physically accurate, but will spruce it up a bit. So yeah, what we're seeing here is, yes, a specular mask of sorts. So the white points we see here are points that are interesting, that could be these points we're looking for. But then again, this is too much, way too much. This is more like it. So I'm wondering if we're looking for so you're interested in a specular mask based on the direction of the sun or any other direction. Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. The sun should definitely take part in it, but so should the camera angle. This might not be too bad, actually. But when we map the normals, we don't get any hits here. So if we would take this value, float A is equal to this, and then we remove this one. Let's try. And then we have specular highlights here, so we definitely want this one. Remap by bound specular term. Let's do max A. A bit too much, I would say. We can't remap it the same way we remap specular highlights, because then we're gonna get this. Definitely too much. Less is more. Let's see, a rim term multiplied by dot normal. Do we have... 0.5 too much, 0.8. What? Oh yeah. So we just do A here. And I would do 0.5. And we need to threshold it. We can't multiply it like this. So let's do smooth step maybe. And we do it between 0.5 and 0.6. We want to go higher than that, I think. Zero 0.9 gave us pretty good, so 0.9 and 1 maybe. Or actually 0.7. I get the feeling that we need to multiply this one a bit as well. It's too much, way too much. Yo, what's up, Smack GDs? How's your day going? It's going pretty good. Pretty good, I would say. And yours? I don't think we're gonna get that good of a result with these calculations, actually. We get to... It doesn't look as fine detailed as the specular highlights. A random distribution of the spots look like it's aligned to some grid and feels not so random. Just a comment. Yeah, it's not random at all. I appreciate input. So the spots we're seeing are controlled by two normal maps that are repeated. So you could actually see a repeating pattern eventually. But like, we don't want to simulate anything random here. I want to calculate when rays hit the camera directly. But that happens a lot. So we just want to, and then we just want to sort out, or we want to reduce that probability by introducing some other constraints. Yeah, when it's subtle, you can't really see it. I get exactly what you mean. So if we do this one again, so you can actually see, now we might get a little bit too much bloom, but yeah, now you can actually see the, I think it's because it becomes extra apparent if we do this. You can actually see the normal map pattern basically. Yeah, you can see the lines here. The human mind is extremely good at identifying patterns. So what we want to do is reduce this as much as we can, pretty much, or we want to make the pattern make sense. So this pattern for water definitely doesn't make sense. Yeah, especially here. Here we can also see the MIP map levels change. So this part right here uses a different MIP map level compared to this part right here. But yeah, this glimmer, pretty much we want to achieve this, but here basically. Oh, could that be specular term? Could we do this by doing maybe, let me try one thing here. Smart GD is also good. Nice to hear, by the way. A lot of thoughts running through my mind right now. What do we get if we do return, get specular term, and we do this is a wild card. Oh, we send in light here, fuck. Really? Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to do about this one. Not this for sure. Might leave it as it is for now. The water is just extremely boring far away. But that's, once again, that might change with a proper skybox. Hate it. But you would also like let's leave this like it is right now. I mean, it's acceptable. It looks good close up. Looks like shit from far away. I think it's okay for now. We could scale the texture UVs depending on the distance so it would appear nicer from far away. And that's definitely something we could do. But we still have a few things to add that might help us. I think the biggest part of it not looking good from far away is that when we're looking at it from far away, we're looking at it from such an angle that it's almost 100% reflection, and we just reflect the pure color right now, sky blue. So if we would have a lot of clouds in the scene, you would see clouds here, but that's not really enough. Or I'm questioning if that is enough. And then if we add a lot more strength to the normals, well, it doesn't really help that much. 0.2. Yeah, I would say the biggest problem is probably that the Phong shading doesn't do too much. So the diffuse term, it doesn't really do that much to the overall visuals of it. Because we add reflection here times diffuse term times rim term. If we would just skip the reflections, what would it look like from far away? I think we can wait with that one. For a bit, I think. Oh, why don't we get water blur, water depth bounce? Oh yeah, because I'm changing the wrong one. Okay, so That might actually look a little bit better. Yo, what's up, Derek? So right now you're just tweaking the look. Yeah, I am. I'm just trying to find out. I'm just trying to find like shortcomings and stuff like that with what we have so far. It's extremely weak from far away, that's for sure. Fuck, it's definitely starting to look real good, I think. Have you tested it with flowing water? Now we're gonna get to that, but we did some experimentation. We're gonna rely on using panning water normals for the flow animation. These caustics, however, yo, what's up, Meister K? Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday so far. Make a beach and some beach chairs. Yeah, that would definitely fit the water visuals right now. I wonder how we can change it based on weather as well. That should be as easy as changing the color right. Yeah, maybe this is... Or, let's see. Yeah, this one definitely controls. Getting more of the Swedish lake look. With some clouds, it would be very nice. Too light. I could probably play around with this for a while. But okay. It's a good enough so far, close up at least. Far away we have some working to do. The reflection needs to be fixed as well, but let me just copy this one. Paste it. Okay. Let's take what we have, clean it up, remove all the experimentation, because I think we have a lot of variables we don't use and stuff like that. I just want to make this understandable. Below surface color we calculate it like this. We want to add back the outlines as well. Fresnel term, yeah, we do a lot here. Saturate. What happens if we don't saturate it? Nothing right. Let's see here. Get Fresnel term. We might want to saturate it. But let's do, we don't use test flag A, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's just one, so this one we can remove. We move the saturate to here. I'm not so sure. Maybe. Fresnel power, Fresnel term, depth ratio view corrected. Yeah, we don't need to do this anymore. Attenuation, diffuse, specular, rim, Fresnel, depth ratio, calculate surface color, calculate below surface color, lerp between those two based on Fresnel term, And then finally add specular highlights. Pretty straightforward. Here we calculate reflection. Remove refraction artifact from depth ratio. Yes. Reflection. Do we use this one? Don't think so. And we need to add fog as well. Okay, outlines. We're gonna do this a little bit differently this time. What other changes do we have? Getting the normal maps, normal TS. Oh yeah, that's when we add normal maps, normal VS, normal weak, tangent. Why have I changed this here? Oh yeah, I know. Okay. I think we still want to keep these. Water smoothness. Oh yeah, we just use shininess right now. Let's leave that one. Specular remap, rim amount, rim remap. We don't use any of these. Might want to look into that soon. Water bloom max, we don't use this one. And I'm not planning on using it later on as well. Fresnel constant, power, remap. Okay, and now we want to fix the outlines. So let's take a look at this. I think it's the most visible here. Yeah. So it's the outer outlines that is the problem. So we can see here that we have thicker outlines here, but here we lose them. We also lose a little bit of the aliasing we usually get. In fact, I need to fix this as well. Oof. Now we will fix that. That should be okay. So we want to re-add the outlines here. We want to do the same thing for below the water. We don't have any outlines here. This one is probably the easiest. Let's see. Yeah, so when we calculate below surface color, we want to add outlines here if we have any, and then we have surface color, we want to add outlines there if we have any. But no, that's not entirely true. We want to add it after here. I mean, the easiest fix would be to do this. Not sure we get the best result from it though. It's pretty much like this. Yeah, we want to add outlines to below surface color. If outline depth is bigger than pixel depth, then we are below the water. And we also check this one. So maybe we can do below surface color. Now I think we can start with Derek, sorry I missed your question. I think so. Once you clean up the shader, what's the next couple goals look like with water? I want to get a edge details and edge foam. I want to get these in place. I'm gonna have to do some research though, because I genuinely hate the way pure view space depth comparison foam looks like. So that's what we had previously. Like, I hate how that looks. So I'm gonna research if I can find, like, best case scenario would be able to achieve these visuals without any underlying data, but in our case we have some underlying data we can take help of. So we're probably gonna do using the terrain data for this. But yeah, I want to get the edges in place, and then I want to get the flow-ish in place. It doesn't have to be perfect. As I mentioned previously, the flow effect is, we're just gonna alter the normal map panning a lot based on flow, and then hopefully everything else will make it work. And then I also want to get vertex displacement in place. I don't know which one I'm gonna pick first though. It's probably what I feel like tomorrow. We'll see. As for the outlines, we can start with the easiest first. So that is pretty much, we have calculated the water yeah, so we're gonna do float for final color. Do we already have a final color? Okay. final color. So we have part of the outlines that is just going to be applied on this, and that's as easy as doing, let's see, return or if, let's start by doing return final color. I'm going to check if outline.a is bigger than 0 and s.outline depth vs is bigger than pixel depth. Although I do want to have scene and outline depth similar, I'm wondering, we might need to do this check as well, but it should be as easy as this. So if we have an outline at this pixel and the depth of it is is smaller than pixel depth, then we know that we're above the water. So everything we need to do here is pretty much final color is equal to blend, and then we want to do, I don't remember what I called it, outline get outline color outline value. So get outline color outline dot a. I thought it was R we want to check here. Let's go with A. One sec. Yes, outline A. So get outline color outline A and final color. I think this is what we want to do. Asaya, what's up? How long did it take you to make this much of the game? I have no idea in hours. I think this should be it. But you never know. Undeclared identify get outline color. Yes, because we want to do shady utils. We step up, we get to we step up, we get to this one. Is it image effect shaders HLSL outlines.hsl. Redefinition of outlines. Oh yeah, that's true. I'm gonna wait with this. We have time. So instead of doing these two, let's see here, outlines, sample texture 2D LOD, outline data, we want to call read outline data, I think. Yeah. But then we want outline LOD as well. So no. Read outline values level. So we can replace all of this with that should be it. Very interested in these. Oh, is that big? Oh, that's because we do anti-aliasing on white. So we get grayish outlines, but I think that looks good from far away. Okay, so good thing now we have the correct outlines above water as well. We have reconstructed them here. Let me just show the difference real quick. We're gonna get a recompile in between though. So let's do if and test flag A to, okay, test flag. So now we can skip the recompile between. So it's a difference between this, we can see the outlines above water here, and the fuck did I fail? Test flag A is begin 0. What? Oh yeah. One sec. Okay, so it's a difference between this and this. Pretty big. We still don't have outlines below the surface though. And we're not gonna have it for reflections yet either. That's one thing that's still on the to-do list. But let's see here. Below surface is a little bit worse because we basically want to calculate one color behind the outline, then we want to apply the outline, then we want to apply the watercolor in front. Which we have already done previously, but it shouldn't be that much harder. We should be able to below surface color. I'm a little bit afraid of this one though. Yeah, we should be able to just add it to below surface color. Ellebeck, do it. I wonder how quickly one would be shut down if one releases a game with containing Elon Musk. Okay, let's see here. If outline A is just 0, we don't do anything. Or that's not entirely true. He'd love it. Maybe. We can do it like this. Okay, I get it. Yeah, we do it like this, and then we do if s.outline if s.outline depth vs is bigger than pixel depth, so we're below the surface. And I want to see what happens if we don't have that check here. And then we do final color is equal to blend so below surface color, I think. Yeah. And then if this is true, if outline color is bigger than A, we blend outline color with below surface color. And then we check if the depth is bigger than pixel depth. If so, we blend... Fuck, this doesn't make any sense. Ellebeck, I don't have any programming experience. Can you use AI to write code? Yes, but it's gonna be depending on the complexity, it's going to be hard for you to clean it up and make it work, I would assume. How does this make any sense? I would have guessed... Should we be able to do it like this? If outline color is bigger than A, nah, it feels like I want to... When we have it this way around, I want to... It feels like I want to do it... below surface color, and here we just do float 4 or below surface color if outline.a is bigger than 0 and s.outline depth vs is bigger than pixel depth. What kind of result does this give us? So it's basically, we calculate the below surface color like this. One sec. Yeah, we do it like this. If we're below the surface with the outline, we add the outline to it. Let's try it. And we need to recolor it a bit, don't we? It's a little bit too dark, but I mean, it works. Or does it really? Yeah, okay, we don't color it that much. Yeah, because we want to base the alpha here on... Okay, yes. Yes, because we want to do it the other way around here, I think. But not only. Okay, it's way better, but I still think that actually looks pretty damn good, I think. Yeah, we might need to blend it a bit more. It's the old problem of... Yeah. Doesn't look too bad, actually. I'm gonna have to get to the bottom of this tomorrow, but it shouldn't take too long because we have done this multiple times. Thank you, Harukanan. Yeah, it looks pretty good from far away, but I think the issue is we have done this fix multiple times. And this is what makes it so hard and why we need to have... it's just this thing. So... outlines on the object and outlines outside of the object are handled a little bit differently, so we're gonna fix that tomorrow. It shouldn't take too long. We have done it previously, but it actually looks... Where do we have refraction? Here. It actually looks pretty good. Let's... I'm gonna look into this quickly at the start of tomorrow's stream, and then we're gonna move on to one of these tasks. Vertex displacement or one of these. We'll see. But I gotta run now. I think it was some great progress today. It's becoming prettier and prettier by the day. So yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.